All right. Sorry about the delay. Was waiting for the ad break to wrap up. Now, last week the audio quality on this one was bad. So I'm doing a quick check. The line levels show that you should be able to hear the game and me. So hopefully we're in good shape there. Ah, very good. Thank you, Rainbow Snow. That actually helps. It's okay, Lavos. It's okay. Hi, Lavos. Hi, Sam. Hi, Rainbow Snow. I'm glad to see you. I hope you're having a good Sunday. Yep. There it is. There it is. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. All right. Yes, I know you so well. So, we're out here in the far snowy north, and I cannot wait to get out of the snow. Unfortunately, we're only about halfway through here. We got more snow to go, and this time, well, I'm not sure if this is better or worse than last time, but at least there's an end of the snow in sight. You will be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Why are you telling me this? Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Why Thancred and not somebody else? I mean, there are other members of the Scions, but knowing Lucia, that means something. So we're gonna put a pin in Thancred for now. Alright, Euless. I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. My cousin has had it sitting on a shelf for a few years and gave it to me. It's unused, and yet F5 and control doesn't seem to work. Two of the most important keys. Probably got mashed to death or got something spilled on it. I am still looking for the spill-proof keyboard. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill and follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize, this is Alphino. Last but not least, that's Tigris. Tigris, where have I heard that name before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will reach the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers. So you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you think about going for a weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. we'll see if you actually run. My past experience with running NPCs in this game, they didn't really run, they sauntered. The bear's not very quick. The statement about going around enemies seems to also be false. Well, at least that was easier than the escort before. This is it. The first stop, that is. Doesn't see anybody following. Good, it looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. These are your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Reggio Dumorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs, and they'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? I can't wait to get out of the snow. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye. They spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to frighten them off. Hey, Roachies. Hi there. We have a dino dance. How's it going? By the way, has anyone heard from Bargo? I haven't heard from Bargo in a while. Hi, Rorwich Cheese. I hope you're doing well. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they will be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. At least this time we're not following them. So the first thing that I think when looking at this is, that's a pretty wide gauge for a railroad. It's a really wide gauge. That's like, I don't know, almost like 10 meters? Just setting up my birthday present. Ah, what'd you get for the birthday? Yeah, in actual railroading terms, a 5-foot gauge is actually really wide. It's referred to as wide gauge, but this is like I would say like 10 meters. This is huge. And also the plating in between Normally we just use cross ties. This is just a full plating. They spent a lot more time building these railways. But that generally also argues that they spend a lot more time using them, or there's a lot more demand for them. The cars are a lot wider than I'm used to. Oh, we have a fight. Okay. Four meters at most. That ain't 10. But you do agree it's pretty wide. Well, this character is actually a very big character. She's a Hrothgal. She's very, very large. Notice she towers over all of these people? Like, this ordinary human, Euless, stands maybe up to her waist. Just for a bit of sense of scale. Blue-haired boy is normal human size. Now I'm going to look at the railroad again. Keep in mind that the rail is here and here. You see what I mean by scale? Yeah, that's wide. I'm sort of operating under the assumption that, like, from one arm tip to the other arm tip is about 2 meters. Yeah, if I could get the character to lay down, that would help. Also, this is definitely railroad hyperfixation, because we're sitting here arguing about the exact gauge. Point being, it's a very wide gauge. See, now this looks like a power unit, given the fact that it has a lot of extra axles. 2 in the front and 2 in the rear is standard, but these ones with the arms sort of implies it's like a steam engine. Except knowing the Garleans, it's cerulean powered. In fact, yeah, that looks like a piston. So this is probably a power unit. The question is how you would get something so big and so heavy as a power unit that far off the tracks and kept it standing upright. That's the thing that boggles me. This thing is standing upright and it's like that far off the track? I don't know. Yeah, and it's also like there's a certain amount of, like, the measurements aren't the same. But it's also, like, I'm looking at things from a railfan perspective. Like, this car actually looks pretty accurate. That looks like what we might call an 80-foot rail car to me. The bogies are a bit on the big side, but whatever. It's fantasy. Who cares? It might also help Rainbow Snow because the fact they're using the flat plating in the center, that might actually help keep it upright as opposed to sitting there hitting the ties, which oftentimes contributes to what tips a car over in an accident. Mind you, that's somewhat by design. It's there to slow things down. The better question is, why is it on the wrong side of the track? See, that's an interesting question, too. What Rainbow Snow is talking about is, if you notice the curve of the track, if it had been moving and derailed, it would be on the ground over there. That's how centrifugal force works. But it's not. It's on the ground over here. Inside the curve. That's backwards and weird. It's almost like something was on this side, and this huge force just sort of blew it that way. I could understand almost why the engine stayed upright if it was hit in the middle, but there doesn't seem to be any deformations or damage to the cars. They're just knocked off. I am so overthinking this. Oh my god. This is absolutely me hyperfixating on trains. I do like that the steady roadbed makes for a very smooth driving surface. That's nice. Well, another fight. Okay. There is a reason you don't want to talk to me about these things unless you're ready to talk for a long time. Okay, now that's an energy I very much respect, because that's like autism levels hyperfixation, and I so get that energy. I get that energy so much. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Yes. Yes, I can claim that. Those exposed to vast quantity of a priceless ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Okay, fine. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. I mean, there is a cure, but there's a certain point where there's no going back. There's a point where it's just they're too far gone to save. Do I like the changes to holy? That's a good question. They reduced the recast time. And so far, I think it feels a lot more natural. I think it feels a lot more streamlined. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. I also like the fact that they made Isuna an instant cast. And that applies to all healers, not just White Mage. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations, and now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Okay. A Garlean train station. It's pretty damn big. This looks big enough for a dragon to walk up and down the corridor comfortably. Pretty dark. Not much light. But then I'm sort of the opinion that most train stations need more lighting. This has been a complaint I've had for years. That's why these people aren't tempered. They have a radio. This aetheryte has no juice. Okay. Unfortunate. I was hoping for more buffs to Red Mage, and they did, but at least it's something. Yes, they did give Red Mage some improvement. They did give Red Mage some love. But to be fair, their way of balancing the game at this point seems to be, let's bring everyone up to the same level as the most powerful classes in the game. And honestly, I think that's a good balancing strategy, because it gives a level at which everybody feels like they should be this powerful, and then brings everybody up to that level. Yes, exactly, Aurora Witch Cheese. It feels so much better than nerfing things. WoW was very big on this class got nerfed or that class got nerfed. FF does the opposite. It's like, oh, these guys seem OP, well, let's bring everyone up to that level. Let's put everyone on the same even playing field. It feels a lot better than the way WoW does it. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. I could have done a lot worse, even so I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Yeah, in a train station. I mean, you have light and potentially power, but you only have, like, one exit. That's potentially limiting. I mean, alternatively, I suppose you could go out the tunnels. Be a long walk. Unless the train's running, which, let's face it, we haven't seen a single train running here, have we? Not a one. I'd like to see a train running, but then I'm a train nerd. Indeed, if Euless was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and the snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Oh, we get to look at another locomotive. Cool. I was running a train earlier. Yeah, what kind? I mean, technically earlier I was running trains in Satisfactory, but that's besides the point. So there's the big boxy bit here on the back. I don't know, it just looks like a storage box more than anything. Yeah, clearly this is meant to be the actual ceruleum engine. That actually almost looks like driving pistons. And it's right over the driving axles, so that makes sense. The main problem is there's no operator cab. I like the big sweeping nose on the front, though. Yeah, there needs to be some windows on the front for the operator cab. Derail Valley. Imposing commander.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
The neighbors are making a bunch of noise. I'm hoping that's not coming over the microphone.
I present to you our commander,
S282.
Lord Quintus Vankina, legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps.
You all are quick to surmise that we're here after stuff from you. We're not here after anything from you. Quite the opposite. I'm beginning to wonder if this is more of a persecution complex. Y'all just immediately jump to the conclusion that everyone's here to take something from you.
It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned.
I'm beginning to wonder if this is propaganda. No one is immune to propaganda. I'm beginning to suspect this is Garlean propaganda.
Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you, Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit.
Wow! How many meters into the air did you jump when you jumped to that conclusion?
If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat.
Yeah, you jumped to a conclusion there. Pretty hardcore, my man.
And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
Yeah. I'm getting definite notes of, like, this, persecution complex going on.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald?
Because it is an unity without freedom.
Is it because we do not share your faith?
This isn't about religion.
That we do not share your heritage?
You want to talk about heritage? Garlemald has a whole thing where unless you have the third eye, you're basically a lower social order. Yeah, anything that isn't human. And a significant majority of people in places like Eorzea are not human. You want to talk about not sharing heritage?
That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
And that is also why we are not going to surrender to you, and why we reject the unity of Garlemald. The exact same reason, you asshole.
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
No harm will come to you, as we are being, like, put at weapon point of, like, a dozen weapons. Sure, buddy. Sure. I'll buy that for a nickel.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one.
Slavery collars. Got it.
The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Oh, you know who I am.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
I'm under orders to make sure you two live through this.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
That's not encouraging, Alizé. That's really not.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. Oh, Siobhan.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Because that's the propaganda.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Euless didn't know who we were. Now Euless knows who we are. I hate this part. It's so depressing. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did, and if you try anything, you'll soon wish that you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that just merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision? Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untowards, trying to trick our people into turning coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can about the situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. I hadn't planned to. You, on the other hand, may go where you wish, even outside of the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alizé will pay the price. Good old-fashioned Star Wars-style slave collars. Goody. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off the Aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess around with it. There are others throughout the city built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetheryte's power to keep the place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Ah, okay. Fair enough, I guess. It's you! I served under Lord Gaius of the 14th Legion. I was there the night the Praetorium fell. I killed everyone that was there that night. Well, everyone that Gaius and the Ultima spell didn't kill. How did you survive? You and your adventures, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. To be fair, I used one of your mechs. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words! So she is legitimately afraid of us. And to be bluntly honest, I don't blame her. We killed a lot of Garleans that night. If you want to talk about having a blood-red ledger. Yeah. So cold. He is on the verge of losing consciousness. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come here to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear. Ugh. Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in the mansion, tended to our wounds as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell, and we gathered around the radio. The roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. Yeah, The radio is why. You can call this a mercy. Mind intact but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down if I could stand. Murderer. Like I said. If you want to count all of the Garlands that we've killed over the course of our career, that would be a long, bloody ledger. Praetorium. Castrum Abania. I don't even remember the name of the castrum in the Far East. And whatever the heck the Garlands called the castle, Lord Kian's castle. There have been a lot of times where we've cut a bloody swath through Garlands. You would think it would mean more when we're not here to raise a weapon. But I think that's somewhat what propaganda does to people. They expect a monster. So that's all they see. This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's Spoils. Perhaps it was what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Yep, most likely. Did you learn anything of note? And your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth or proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Will you help me tend to them? I mean, I'm a white mage. But you told me no magic, so... Instead, I will just wave a hand in the air, apparently. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If it means going hungry someone else lives to see another day, then so be it. At least I can serve in that way. So those you met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Euless could persuade him? Ugh, we'd need to persuade Euless first. Well, seen enough. Euless, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept, some stored away in the event that they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been the other refugees or one of them afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent is secured or ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I presume? Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Talafaroi. Then he made his way into the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We've identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a message to the 10th Legion saying as much and instructed them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Talafaroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running to the hills, and then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. Ah. So, they see them as oppressed because we're invaders, and we brought a sizable force. That's why. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So did he agree to it? No. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Alright. Very well. Many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you'll follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Yay! We will begin our search for ceruleum in Urbanissima. Regio Urbanissima. Wow. That's a mouthful. The first location is Forum Solus, a park to the northwest of this district. Okay. You remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. You know, something else I hate about this zone is how drab the color palette is. It's just like everything is like black and gray. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were built later around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. So, what we in urbanist spaces would call third spaces. Not a bad plan, actually. The park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zos Galvus. Ah, yes. We've met. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see, then with your permission, we will commence the search. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper? There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. I don't know what Alize is looking at there. Oh. A map of the park. Or at least what it's supposed to look like. Before it was a burnt out war zone. Yay! A slide! I love a slide. Eep? Rainbow Snow says Eep. Not seeing anything out here on the ground level. We're missing 2. So maybe let's try the upper level. I see something over on the other side. Oh, and there's one there in the wreckage. Okay. It's a bench. Yes, a map. Well, that's our search. Oh, it's you. Any luck? No. There's no sign of any cerulean. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but notice you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no. I'm... Just... I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so, like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. So we'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. By a ceruleum-powered heater, by any chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing the engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. Can't see a thing and can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager you it's unbearably cold, though. Euless, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first is a few foreign signiferi and Medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? That's done. A blast of her fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. Fancy a dip? The last thing we need is you catching a cold. If you're concerned for my well-being, you can dive in and help me look. The quicker we find it, the sooner we can get out of here. Oh, you're so optimistic. Chilled to the bone. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and the rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Euless will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Did you find anything? Sniff, sniff. I hope you did. That's it. There's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alpha No a hand. Call me an Uldon, because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wished you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he'd be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Euless, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. He lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking you off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends are dead. Those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what I once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. The good little fascist utopia. Alright. Now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. Back out into the rain. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of various types of war mechana. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With that, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by shrapnel. Oh, explosives, great. Great. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It would still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. This unit's fuel gauge is empty. Fuel gauge is broken. Fuel gauge is broken. Might as well. Yep, tank's empty. Completely empty. Let's get the boy out just in case. What do we got? Tank is empty. And that one is half full. So we got something that time. There you go. We should be able to refill quite a few of our heaters with this. It's time we head back. Let's find out how Alphino and Alizé are faring. Okay, well, I guess I'll just chill here, out in the open, in the wind and snow, on my own.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
Clearly.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
And they'll die because of your pride, because you won't let us help. You won't take help that's offered because of your pride.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
Well, if you're not planning to stay in the camp, you don't need the heaters, do you?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alize are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Do as he says.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where we will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the ill for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Got it. You again. Ask the ill, he said. Sigh. So, that's to be the way of it then, after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, for the glory of Garlemald. What do you want with me? Ask the ill. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as just a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we must be uncompromising. I am ready in the name of Emperor Varus. For the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. We have chosen to be monsters, and we blame it because we see everyone else as monsters. You know, no politics in the video game, you know. No, nothing political here. What do you mean by ask the ill? I'm not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say this is you have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now, like or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on our way to your camp. It's a short walk from here, follow me. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to...
Attack you. They'd been tempered.
had to.
He had to kill his own family.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
Makes you think that our gods would even save us.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alizé.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
There goes your leverage, kiddo.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Violence.
Ambush!
Always your answer is violence.
More are coming! Make ready!
It's the only language you speak.
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald,
I can speak your language.
of the fallen Emperor
Full sentences,
Varys,
too.
shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
A Rune Senna would know.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
This sucks, man. Much and more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Good luck. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. You're looking at it. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. ACAB? Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to accept in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be dissuaded to follow, or persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood, Euless says. You can just hear the defeated in his voice in that single word response. No Garlean pride. Alright. We're coming up on break time. I think we'll head out to Tertium again. Because I want to break before we go into the next section. This sucks, man. It's well written, I'll give it that. But goddamn, this sucks, man. I think actually it's like it's not just me that needs the break. I think everyone deserves a break after that. This was... Getting through this section was always going to be a labor. Now, in all fairness, it does get better after this. But this is also setting up for everything that comes after. It's one of those parts of the story that it's like, it has to happen to set up everything that follows. You're really gonna attack me right outside the station? Huh? Tigris and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. No, he wouldn't. I don't know what to tell you, man. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course, shall the legatus be afforded his proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, we're... free. I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of refugees from here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see that they reach camp safely. I... It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's even a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. Take me with you, please. That's the plan. Well, got the Aetherites sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments. Now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills at your camp. Yes, probably. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose all meaning. Yeah, funny that. If you reuse the slur so many times, it starts to lose all meaning, especially if you paint such a wide... Okay. Until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm just too tired. If you and yours come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. And this is the problem with fueling your entire civilization based on patriotism and hate of the other. You know, fascism. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are there any refugees willing to come to our camp? Yes. Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and temperate skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lominson friends. I'll save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we can meet back at camp. Yeah, fine. Clear the way. I can do that. More 252 gear. Oops, wrong button. We only have 2 chains, but 4 locations to check out. Oh goody. Oh goody. Let's take a 15-minute break. We've been at this for 2 hours. I think we all need the emotional labor. Rest. I'm guessing we don't need to chain the local wildlife. Alright. Be right back. I'm hoping the second half of the stream is a bit more... emotionally uplifting? Well, I don't know about that. Be right back. Alright, there we go. Now maybe we can get out of this damn cold. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, and I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. One of the refugees. I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would like to hear your first-hand account. Some are willing to come, some would rather die. So many did not hesitate to accept. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They'll be afforded the same treatment as the other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men would be punished with him. Perhaps when taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Yeah, if only there was a United Nations War Crimes Tribunal, you know, that had any authority. Oh well. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up his mess. Yeah, welcome to my life. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Well, quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you too, so go ahead. Get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. Really? On your way, might I ask you to seek out Y'shtola? She was recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Yes, ma'am. I mean, she doesn't look like she's working exactly. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of you, warrior of light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you have landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the firsts wounded. Alas, though, I can mend their bodies. The toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. Eorzea needs therapists. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Several cutscenes will now play in sequence. Oh boy, here we go. This is why I saved this for the second half. Oh boy.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible.
Me? You're in charge of this operation, not me.
Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I. As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
They live on in your heart, my dear.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
On behalf of the Gallian, I thank you for inviting me today.
We have gained power. Take back what is ours.
Emperor Varys?
Warding scales, warding scales, warding scales!
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
I say he.
My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Daniel. I think we just got kidnapped. It was all a distraction to kidnap us.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short.
Fan Daniel. Oh God, what new horror have you reaped?
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Xenos.
Tomorrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold.
I just ate.
But be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
Yeah, I killed him.
His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Without consent. This is such a pain in the arse.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine?
I've already ate.
I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord.
I don't care.
When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order.
Please no. Anything but that.
The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck.
You had a hand in it. You know that for full well.
The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself.
Yeah, and who taught them how to do
And
that,
lo,
huh?
The Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight.
Yes, against their will.
And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe.
Yes, because of your goddamn towers.
The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design.
Stop gloating.
Would you not agree, my lord?
Oh, remembered whose house this is? Finally? The baby-in-chief?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you?
No.
Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo.
You killed yourself and then keep coming back. What else am I supposed to think?
Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria.
For you.
I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
It's a job.
The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
You can have it. Do you even stop and look at what you do to people, Xenos? Do you ever meet the people you hurt?
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
Wine, 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 wine.
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite.
I told you I ate before I came here.
I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion. But clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar field. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Together.
Yeah. Great, it's the possession episode.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
Can I just cut you in half right now? You're annoying.
We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
I'm going to kill you.
There it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Okay. We have a ticking clock. A severely limited health pool and a severely limited armament.
Given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Auto heal does not work. And everything else around here... hits harder than we're used to. That's not good. And apparently they can hit me in places I can't hit them. Lovely. There's an armor we can use to get out, but we have, like, no health. And no way to run it. We're going to need fuel. And we're going to need to not get any attention. First aid kit. I'll take it. Medkit. We found a potion with a heal over time effect. Handy. Not a big one. Another first aid kit. Nice. Okay, we now have a box of fuel. But we can't fight like this. Maybe that's Warrior of Light's superpower, to be able to take big heavy objects and just put it in her bag. Or, you know, big heavy people. Just put it in her pocket. It's fine. I especially don't like how absolutely everything breaks my line of sight. That's not good. Nope, not going that way. Oh, he finally leashed. Nice. Nope, can't get through that way. Refueling. Oh. Glorious. Glorious. Okay. Come on. Time to follow Mom. We need to go south. This is taking us the opposite of where we need to go. Well, at least we're getting some... I was gonna say hell, but then it's like, hold on to that thought. Yes, get behind the armor, guys. It's what you guys said to do. Well. Oh, Celine Dion. Sam, Celine Dion. Yeah, I tried that. It doesn't work. Not on that one. That one will only allow mouse clicking. Making it even more painful than the normal ones.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
It was a distraction.
His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
You're so-ish, Guardian.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Hey, I got kidnapped.
Right when the first wave struck. We'd be fools to think it a coincidence.
The first wave was the distraction from the actual fight.
But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
Yeah, kidnapping.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Y'shtola sees Aether, and what she sees is all off.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
No, you're correct, Y'shtola. You need to give yourself more credit.
You've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
No.
Are you all right?
No.
Who are you?
Kraha gets it. Nice shot. Get away from them, you darn dirty ape.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests.
Piss off, Van Daniel.
Preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows.
Oh, you were the thief. You were the thief. Mystery solved. You were the thief.
Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacle. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
I've seen it. Piss off.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake.
You realize you're a distraction? You are a distraction. You are beneath my notice.
All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
So I'm not dead yet?
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Okay, then. Give us a second while everybody renders. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good, though I want won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Are you well enough to make your report? This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus? Does their depravity know no bounds? No. Seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that the wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you are taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoroid's machinations. Fun word, machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Levieurs, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus, do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, distract and infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Lominsan delegations. They will begin construction of bridges to make the Telophoroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Encladium, a vast magitech manufactory. In ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophoroid's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. Oh, good. Maybe we'll see a train. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, provided we sneak aboard unseen. Science will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. It seems a little too on the nose. I'll have my vengeance yet. We'll get our fill, you and me both. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower of Babel on a whim. In Ammon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zande used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it most certainly alludes to something altogether greater. the eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan, and we are ready to move at a moment's notice. We are ready when you are to proceed north to Forum Patons. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your insight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. ARR music. The way to the tunnel is clear. We made sure of it. Then we'd best get in there before we freeze, especially you. Look at that outfit. You are not dressed for this weather. Oh, the shoe will be on the other foot once we're inside, believe you me. A good fight should warm us right up. Barely left cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you spent too long around this feral dog of a Dotharl. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone, should I be blessed to meet her on this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Gay, 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 gay. Stop, both of you! Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we, says Yestola. The team's all here. Hello, everyone. All set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances. If rather more susceptible to the cold, let's review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has already gone ahead to the Encladium. We're to meet them there. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn away by our diversionary force, then we sneak onto the next train. Next stop, Tower of Babel. If any Tempered included are injured, we Zayla will tend to them. You Scions must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own way to the Encladium. See you there. Okay, here we go. See ya. (137 southwest). That's nearby. 78 southwest. Ah! I found you. .525 gear. Oh. Hey, Pippin. Hail, it's good to see you. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad to see you've recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in. Some fewer to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrades from Lente's Tiers will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. Am I coming apart? The station is right this way. Tread lightning now. Yep, let's go. Again, with these really, really wide tracks and poorly lit stations. Does Garlemald just have like some kind of thing where they don't believe in sufficient lighting? Or do they just not like light in general? Sup, Pippin? This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Yeah, sounds like it. Time to go! Our primary objective is, of course, the Telophoro's leaders. All 2 of them. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Telophoro's reign of terror. So, primary target 1, Fandaniel. Primary target 2, Xenos. Primary target 3, Anima. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anything else. Here, there's been enough of that. Put some clothes on, Lise. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do today, together. Put some clothes on. Till the very end. Train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. Even Cyrano wears enough clothes for this weather. It's like 10 below out. Fahrenheit. The Tower of Babel is now accessible. If you want company for this, I'm here. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Party Finder. Private. Recruit. Form a private party. The code. Or 114. Gonna set dungeon. Tower of Babel. Duty completion. Code is 4114. Code again, 4114. That's on the Dynamis data center. Let's give it... Let's give it 2 minutes. Since we just went into an ad break, to give people a chance to join. I'm going to set this for 2 minutes. And we're going to use the BRB screen real quick. All right. I'm waiting for the ad break to end. Okay. We're back from ad break. Tower of Babel. A 93 paladin. That'll more than cover us. Ah. Wow, that was like 20 seconds at most. Here we go. Here goes nothing. What is it with the inadequate lighting?
Now or never.
Go through and I set it to hide everybody's names under initials, and it still doesn't. So Rainbow Snow will do. Not that I really expect Samira much minds. do they work? Okay. Like forces repel. It's very simple. Leave me alone! Not bad. Got Lys and Pippin to the left, Sadu and Magnai to the right. Extreme close-up of Samira. Actually an upgrade. Nice. Stop it.
I'll teach you to underestimate my genius.
Look upon the face of fear. What? Frog? Frog is not fear. Come on. There we go.
Nothing like good old-fashioned explosions.
Okay. Oh, Roy.
I need to get tiny.
Ding. $84. Hearing of healing, boots of healing. Never let it be said I haven't used the gear that I'm given. Okay. I know this move. I got you, Sam. You fighting him here or up there? You're going in there. Got it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh. Nice hollow ground. You're not pretty. Great. Stay alive for a minute, kids. Damn it. I was doing so well, too. Paladin and Clemency. Gotta love it. Ooh, nice. That knocked a full 5% at least off. Viper gets the comm. Well, that's at least one thing off our list. Not super fond of the gray outfit with the gray background and the gray highlights, but that sort of fits the zone, I think. I'm giving it to the Viper.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
Everybody, say thank you to Sam for coming along and being tank. Thank you, Sam.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
That's not Cryo!
Hydaelyn! Feeble relic of a forgotten age!
Look who's talking.
Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, The world must share her fate.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
She looks terrible without her glasses. I'm the one Xenos wants.
You're going alone?
It would have come down to me in the end anyway. That's always the way it goes.
You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours.
Implicitly.
Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Okay. That was a lot. I calmed the other DPS other than the Viper. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Okay. This next bit needs... Well, I mean, a lot of this is just a lot, but the next bit is definitely going to be a lot. So, let's pick that up next week, shall we? I've been on the air for 4 hours, and I think it's time for some self-care. Everybody do some self-care. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, take care of the planet, and I will see you again on Tuesday for the Super Lesbian Animal RPG. Well, thank you, Aurora Witch Cheese. It's nice to hear from you. I was glad to have you here. And, we're getting closer to our big project, too. That's coming right along. Steps are being made. Stay tuned for news on that on the TransXP TTRPG channel. If you want to know more about what's going on, the Discord information is down in the About. I made a link tree finally. I'll see you on Tuesday, hopefully. Have fun, and have a good Sunday night.